Good evening, everyone. It's Friday, March 20, 2026, 10 p.m. Central Standard Time here in Champaign, Illinois. You're watching Co-op for Two. You're joining me for a game. We're going to play a game tonight. The audience is going to pick which game of those I have out in front of me we play. But before we start, let's check in with the chat, see how everyone is doing tonight. YouTube says 10 viewers. So we've got a small crowd here. I've gotten into a bad habit of not, well, have I? I don't know. I was going to say I'm getting into a bad habit of not scheduling streams far enough in advance and letting you guys know what we're going to play. But then I thought, well, let's just, maybe we just got to accept this is how it goes. All right, a little bit of bookkeeping before we start. Tomorrow on Saturday at 1 p.m., we'll be playing the 9th game of Unboxed, the board game themed puzzle game that I'm sort of in love with. 9 out of 10 scenarios. The last one was really quite good, and I'm going to miss it when it's gone. Then on Sunday, we'll play, I believe, the 7th letter from the Deadbolt Mystery Society series, Letters from a Ghost Hunter. I'm still not sure how I feel about that one, but we are past the halfway point. I also thought that I might try to do a New York Noir game design diary update, but this gets back to what I was saying about not giving enough advance notice. So maybe I'll push that off for a week. I have spent the last 2 weeks working on it. Lots of new stuff to show off. We have a new volunteer who's been illustrating parks, doing an amazing job. Adam Hall just did a new revision of the box cover. And I've been working on making the maps look better, especially the online version. Lots of exciting stuff to talk about there. All right. We're going to decide now which game to play here. So let me give you the choices. One option is to play another case from the Magnus Protocols. This is a supernatural cold case game. We've played 3 of them so far. The last one I was complaining a bit about. First one we played was great. The next 2, not as great. There is a brand new Kickstarter for new cases, so there is some value to playing these and seeing how they hold up as a set. So that's one option for us. And then we've got 3 smaller games. I'm not sure they're smaller in terms of play length, playtime though, except this one probably is. This is the brand new box. The rest of these 3 are brand new. So this one is the second series in the Fate Flip system. And we played the first one on the channel. It's somewhere, it is behind me somewhere. I can't quite see it. The first one was Fate Flip Washed Ashore, which I did review and liked quite a bit. It's a very small sort of choose your own adventure game. You go through cards, you have encounters, you make decisions, and then depending on your decisions, you flip cards on the long side or the short side, then they come back into your hand. So you make an action and then it has a repercussion further down the road, multiple endings. You're trying to get the best ending. It was pretty cool. There are some objects you can use, pretty cool. And I'm sort of sad that we didn't ever get around to replaying Washed Ashore, but maybe we still have time. Okay, so that's an option here. A very small card-based game. Next up is another choose your own adventure game and all 3 of these are second games in a new series. So Lost in Adventure has one more box that we played through on the channel and then reviewed, and it was a Greek mythology story. I would call that one more of a hybrid choose-your-own-adventure puzzle game with a much larger map that gets set out, all sort of similar to Seven Citadel Etherfields type map that you move around and solve puzzles and make some choose-your-own-adventure cases. I think the first one took us a bit of time to play, so I'm thinking this one might be the longer one. In fact, we'll take a look at it. Let me just see what the playing time here says. 90 to 120 minutes, so normally I multiply that by 3, so you could be looking at 6 hours here. Lots of objects that you interact with and use. Now, there was one other thing that was quite special about the first Lost in Adventure, which was how historical it was. It was really... You really learned a lot about the Greek myths. We met lots of figures from the original Greek myths, so that was kind of cool. I don't know if this one is going to be similar. Are we going to hear about true pirates? I don't know. The last game I have for you to choose from is a brand new box in the new series Until Proven Guilty. We did play and review the first box, which was Until Proven Guilty, the Starry Sky Necklace. I liked it quite a bit. It's a legal case, And the gimmick here, there's two gimmicks in Until Proven Guilty. One is you've got this little jury box, and as you're playing, the jury is going to go, you're going to get them on your side or against you, and that determines your score. It doesn't really do anything. It's just a little gimmick. But the other little hook of this game, which is really quite clever, is that you're not just trying to figure out what happened, but frequently you're trying to figure out which piece of evidence in front of me at any given time proves this point I'm trying to make to the jury. So basically it walks you through a case, and at each point you're getting more evidence, and then you're deciding what evidence to reveal. All right, so what is it going to be? A case, supernatural cold case, continuing our exploration of the Magnus Protocol. A small choose-your-own-adventure game with multiple endings. Fate Flip the Royal Decree by Royal Decree. Or Until Proven Guilty, Thirst for Justice, the second case in this legal mystery. Or Lost in Adventure, the exploration, choose-your-own-adventure, longer puzzle game. Let us open the voting, and while we're voting, I will bring out these games onto the table so you can take a closer look at the backs of them to help you decide. Is this going to work? Not really. I mean, I can't really read it. All right, well, if you join me for the first Fate Flip, you know how this works. You've got choices, you've got objects, and the real hook here is the flipping of these cards in different directions. Solo only game, really, but all of these games are basically solo. 35 minutes per chapter. Last one had like 2 or 3 chapters, so a couple hours it'll take us. Until Proven Guilty is here. Until Proven Guilty, Thirst for Justice, I should say. So, mostly, piece together the facts, mostly gimmick here, 90 minutes. So it could take us a couple hours. And then what does Lost in Adventure look like on the back? Oh, you already saw that. I wonder how much Treasure Island vibe we're going to get. Treasure Island, a very famous pirate story that my mother read to us when we were kids. Quite compelling. All right, let's see what we've got. One for each. Fate Flip, Guilty, and Lost in Adventure. Okay. Well, I guess we wait for more votes. I'm trying to think what... if I have a preference. I have a preference. I guess I don't really have a preference. I hope you will join me in thanking the Patreon supporters of this channel that make it possible to purchase and bring these games to the channel so that we have no relationship with any publishers and we can share our honest opinion. Looks like we've got 3 votes for Until Proven Guilty. 2 votes for Fate Flip. This is where you find out how many people are actually watching the channel and how many are just using it to help them fall asleep. 4 votes for until proven guilty, 2 votes for fate flip. No one wants to play Lost in Adventure. Okay, so we'll put Lost in Adventure out, and we'll put the Magnus Protocols off. We'll play those some other time. And it looks like we're down to these 2. I mean, if all goes well, we'll be playing both of these eventually. It's just a matter of which one we play tonight. All right, I'll give you another minute to get on the record here. All right, it looks like it's going to be until proven guilty. All right, we're going to stop the vote. We're going to go back. All right, what happened? I didn't stop it. Okay, we're going to play Until Proven Guilty, Thirst for Justice. Internet connection required. Probably I should have mentioned that before, but that's all right. It doesn't use the internet too heavily. It's mostly for, I believe, if I remember correctly, as we answer these questions, we go on the internet and it will tell us what to do and give us hints if we need it. All right, we're going to walk through the rules. And we've got stuff that looks very familiar to me. So this is our jury box. Let's read the rules and then we'll set this up in a minute. Let me zoom out a little bit here for you. All right, let's read through the rules, skim through the rules together here. Until Proven Guilty is a narrative cooperative game inspired by legal drama novels, video games, and a TV series. Players experience the story of Peter, a brilliant yet novice lawyer who will suddenly be involved in a complicated criminal trial. Will you be able to help Peter defend his client, read the charges, present irrefutable evidence to convince the jury, and get to the bottom of the case? Now, when we played this before, everyone said it was clearly inspired by a video game called like Ace Detective or something, an anime, a video game, and maybe an anime series. Okay, so we've got a jury box that we're going to assemble. We've got the trial deck that's going to walk us through the questions. We've got evidence that's going to come out as we play. Okay, take the trial cards deck, place it in the center of the table. Don't shuffle or flip the deck. Okay, so that goes out on our table. Open the jury box. Okay. Now, I am normally not a fan of these little gimmick things, but this is pretty cute. Let's see. So the way it works, if I remember, is that it opens up in here, and this helps it stay upright. Something like that. Okay, and then we need our jury. Again, this is totally unnecessary. You could just keep score on a piece of paper or keep these on the table. You don't actually have to put them in the jury pool. But it is important for us to read how it starts out. So the case starts out, 6 think your client's guilty, and 6 think they're innocent. So I guess we are Putting the guilty up top. Like so. And the people that are on our side, I guess we're the defense attorney, down at the bottom. A little awkward. Okay. So there's our jurors seated for our trial. All right. 6 guilty, 6 innocent, 5 evidence envelopes. Keep them within reach. We'll be getting these in order. A, B, C, D, E. Okay. Access the Until Proven Guilty web app with a smartphone or electronic device. Select the title of the case you're about to play. Okay, let's make sure we can get this to work here. Okay, that's fine. Okay, there's another case. The final exam. I don't know about that one. Maybe they're just planning it, or maybe it's available. I believe this was written not originally in English, so maybe it's just not available in English yet. Okay, Thirst for Justice, new case. Okay. Accusation card number 1, what's our answer? So we'll be using that for answering questions, but not for the most of what we do. So don't panic. Okay, key concepts. We've got trial cards. These are cards that will guide you through the story. Read the front, the yellow side. Try to present the appropriate evidence to counter the prosecutor's accusation. That's the real hook of this game and the part that I was most impressed by. Evidence. These are the cards contained in the 5 envelopes. That's these here. They represent documents, testimonies, and other information gathered for the trial. You use them to counter the charges against your client. All cards have a reference number and a type of 5 evidence that they represent. Jurors, these are the ones, when you are able to provide a valid answer against the charges, some of them will be turned to innocent. So we're the defense attorney. We want them all to switch to innocent, and if you mess up, they switch to guilty. At the end of the game, the number of jurors on innocent will decide your score. By the way, how many people joining me for this, joined me for the first game or have played it on your own? I am curious. All right, how to play. The characters and text on the cards in this rulebook are just examples. All right, it's fine. So each round, you play in rounds until you're done at the end of the trial, and then you have a little epilogue. All right, so you take the trial deck, you read the current trial card, you don't look at the back, you choose what evidence. So it's always like a question. She says something, then we have to decide from our evidence cards which to use. Focus on the highlighted sentence, if there is. Choose only one evidence card. So you have to pick the evidence card that best refutes or makes your case, and sometimes that'll be subtle. Then you put the answer into the web app, and it's going to tell you what happened. If you got it right, you continue. And you flip the card over and read the back of the trial card and move on to the next. If you're wrong, you get to try again. In both cases, the web app will tell you, and it'll tell you how many people you flipped. Game log can be used to check previous answers. In some cases, you'll be asked to remove evidence cards from those available. Okay, if it says discard, that's a frequent mechanic we see in these kinds of games, which is nice. You'll have your current set of evidence that you'll be choosing from, and then there'll be evidence you see that won't get be used for later, evidence that you used, and then occasionally it'll help you by culling out evidence that it's basically telling you, you don't have to worry about this anymore. Don't clutter up your table and your brain with it. All evidence cards still in play can always be used to answer whatever question. When you're told to open an envelope, take it, open it, take out the contents, read the newly drawn evidence cards, and put them so they're all visible. End of the game. Follow the story through the final card. Count the number of jurors and compare it with the score. Once the game is over, you can restore the game to its original state. Tells you how to resort them, and we're ready to go. All right, now, a reminder. This is not a very expensive game. If you join me for this playthrough, you won't be able to play it yourself. Again, this is a one-time mystery. There are no multiple endings here. There's no replayability. It's just a one-time playthrough. If you do purchase it, you can pass it along. So if you think at any point that this looks like a game you might enjoy playing with your group, you might stop watching. You can come back and watch our playthrough when you finish. Marco says, I have played this game with my family, the first box. It was a good experience, the first case. And I guess no one else has played this with me. All right, well, I quite liked the first one. And I thought they captured, it's not a cold case game with a mystery setting. It's a proper different mechanic. All right, here we go. We've got our jurors. Was anyone here ever on a jury? I was on a jury as an alternate once. And all the lawyers wanted to know, like, they couldn't wait for the verdict. They wanted to talk to me. When the jury goes, the alternate, if you don't know, alternates, you pick a jury of however many people, 12, whatever, and you pick a couple alternates that get voir dired and get put onto the trial and sit for the whole trial. That way, if one of the jurors gets sick, dies, whatever, gets kicked off, one of the alternates step up. But at the end of the trial, all the alternates that weren't needed, they're not involved anymore. So after the case, the lawyers came up to me and they're like, all right, you can tell us, what did you think? While we wait, we can't wait an hour for the jurors to come back. We need to know right now whether we're going to win or lose. All right, flip this card to start playing. Okay, so probably we don't see these. We just see one at a time here. All right, here's our case. It's now starting. How boring. Weeks have passed since my first victory, and they never let me get back to court. I'm stuck here studying cases, but what's the point of reading paperwork from trials they won't let me attend to? You know what? It's time to relax a little. Now, where the hell did I put that magazine? Good morning, Peter. How's your reading going? Oh, crap. Oh, good morning. Read the next card and open up envelope A. So we've got some initial evidence. What does this say on the front here? Are these all different? No, they all say the same thing. What does it say, Dave? I don't know what it says. Okay, so here's our initial evidence materials. We've got evidence about this case that's going to get told to us, so I won't go through those yet. Read the next card. Okay, so there's nothing on the back of this, but normally they will have stuff on the back. Here's our next card. All good here. Do you need any... oh, sorry. You're going to the first hearing in the Fenton case, right? Oh, precisely. But I see you were dedicating yourself to something else. Can I assume you have already studied all the papers I left with you? Relating to the theft trial? Well, yes. I read them all, and now I was looking for new information to attach to the documents for the case. I guess we have to answer something now. Yes. Trial card 1. This says accusation card 1, but I believe this is trial card 1, and we're supposed to answer it, and then we'll flip this over to see when we're told. So, can I assume you've already studied the papers related to the theft trial? And he says, I was looking for new information to attach to the documents for the case. So I guess we're going to look through our evidence and look for new documents to attach to this theft case. So that's us, Peter Howard. Hey, it's you, a young defense lawyer who won his first case and is seeking the boss's approval. You love crime novels. Okay, here's a newspaper article. Alleged Russian hitman arrested. The criminal trial of Mitofan Kotov begins today. He's alleged to have ties to the Russian mafia and is accused of multiple murders in different countries. The latest manhunt for the alleged killer began a few days ago when police identified him and the media circulated his photo, leading to Mitofan Kotov's capture. So this is probably just training us how to play. That doesn't sound like it's related to our theft or any theft. Here's Marcus Fenton. He works at Krisha as a cleaner, a mild and somewhat taciturn young man. Okay, so we asked him if he's in the Fenton case. So this guy is the heart of the case that our boss is working on, but that's not really evidence that's going to help us. Here's a gossip magazine about Dmitry Stepanov. 300 guests every night in his club, Krisha, which celebrates its 5th year in September. Loves to drink straight vodka, on special occasions whiskey. Hates to drink Kaparovska. He could die. He has a serious strawberry allergy. All the Krisha bartenders know about it. Okay, so we know Krisha is related to the Fenton case, and these do feel like clues that could be useful. So this might be a good candidate for answering our first question. I was looking for new information. Let's see if this is any better. Okay, here's our document folder. This doesn't sound like it's new information. It's about our defendant, where he works, what the accusation was. Here's some information on our boss, Nick Mustakas. He's the owner of the firm where you work, an excellent defense lawyer. Okay, so that's it. We've got 4 pieces of, well, no. We've got 5, 6 little things of evidence, but 3 of them are just character cards to help us visualize who we're dealing with. 1 is a document folder that presumably our boss already has, doesn't have any evidence in it. And then 2 little pieces of evidence newly gathered, 1 having to do with something that doesn't seem it's related to our case at all, and 1 that clearly seems like it could be useful to our boss. If someone says, like, the suspect was drinking this drink, then he could say, well, it's obviously not my client. My client would never drink this. So I believe then that we are meant to answer our first card, what new information he's going to attach is card 7. And let's see if we're understanding this game properly. It says, I don't know why it's scrolled up. It says, right, Peter, this Stepanov guy surely lives a good life thanks to his club, the Krisha. Hey, that's the same place Fenton was accused of stealing from. Here's the link I was looking for. Okay, so already we flipped a juror. Even though we are not in front of the jury, I guess our boss is going to present this evidence and he's convinced the jury's going to be convinced. Okay, so we are going to flip one of our guilty juries. That was easy. That juror was ready to switch. All right, so it tells us we're correct. And now it says flip the trial card and read the back. So this was the question we just answered. We picked what evidence works best, and now we flip this card and continue. Hey, look, here's information on the place where the events took place. Since you haven't assigned me any cases yet, I think I should represent our client. I'd bet my career on it. Getting him acquitted will be child's play. Ah, Peter, you're too naive. But I realize that to understand it, you have to experience it yourself. If you think you can, well, go ahead. But if you don't get the defendant acquitted of his charges, you will be fired. Oh, damn, maybe I would have done better to actually read those documents. Okay, and we're done with this one, and we're told to open envelope B, more evidence. All right, don't worry, it's going to get more tricky and interesting at this point. Okay, so we've got the deal from our boss. Get Marcus Fenton acquitted of the charges against him, and you'll work on cases of your own. Remember, your career is at stake. That's our boss. Okay, again, nothing on the back of these other than telling us. So all of our evidence cards are going to stay out on the table. We can organize them however we like. They'll stay out on the table until we're told that they're not relevant anymore. All right, next up, a document. The discovery of stolen goods. The contents of the garbage bag that Marcus Fenton, our client, was throwing away, including what was taken from Stepanov's office. So what did he steal? A whole bunch of money, some whiskey. What is that, orange juice? Okay, why is there money in the garbage? Here's our next document. Testimony of Felix Becker. Around 5:15 a.m., I started to close the place and asked all the customers in the main room to leave. Shortly afterward, Mr. Stepanov passed by. He took the proceeds and went towards his office. In the meantime, I tidied up the area around the counter and had a chat with Marcus Fenton about a small accident that occurred in the restroom. And at 5:35 a.m., we bartenders left. During this time, none of us left. Okay, a little bit of awkward English, but he's basically saying at 5:35 a.m., the bartenders all left, and until then, all the bartenders were still there from 5:15 to 5:35. Okay, and here is Dmitry Stepanov. Again, this is the same person that this article was about that said what he doesn't drink. On special occasions, whiskey, and we can see there's whiskey here. So was this a special occasion for Dmitry? Let's find out. Entrepreneur, rude and severe, owner of the Krisha. There are rumors of his possible contacts within the underworld. He always locks his office before leaving. Okay. Is he connected to the Russian mafia? Possible. Next up, there's a couple of spectators in the courtroom. Two spectators very interested in the debate. I'm assuming this is just another little bit of awkward English, and they're saying these two are in the courtroom. You don't really debate in a courtroom. You take turns making your case, but okay. Here's the prosecutor, Prosecutor Maxwell. She's a very precise, rapidly rising prosecutor. She's never without her notebook. Okay, there's her notebook in her hand. Okay, here's who we're up against. Here is the exterior of the Krisha Club. Okay. I see a dumpster here. Do we need to get a little closer on these? Okay, there's a dumpster. That could be relevant to us. Nothing on the back of these cards that we gotta worry about. And here's the entrance to the Krisha Club. Okay, looks like we got a security camera here. Any other useful evidence? Here's Marcus Fenton's cleaning shift. Monday, he's off. Tuesday, restrooms and Stepanov's office. Wednesday, restrooms and the private lounge. Thursday, restrooms and Stepanov's office. Friday, private lounge. So he always does the restrooms, and then every other day he does the private lounge and Stepanov's office. The starting time of work is mandatory at 5:30 a.m. Before starting, ask Becker if there are any special concerns. Allocate the first hour to the restrooms. So at 5:30 he shows up. He has to spend the first hour on the restrooms, and here is Becker, who he's talking about. So this guy comes at 5:15 to close up in the evening. Stepanov goes to his office. He talks with the janitor, our client. And then at 5:30, he should have gone straight to the restroom for an hour to do the restrooms first. Do we know what day all of this? Yes, we do. Okay, the theft occurred on a Sunday. So it sounds like we should be on this schedule. That he never should have been in Stepanov's office. What was the special accident in the restroom? So it seems like he should not have been cleaning Stepanov's office on a Sunday, unless we're misunderstanding the date. Oh, and here's Felix Becker. Club manager at Krisha. Since its opening, he's always the last of the staff to leave the place after it closes to the public. Okay. Is he suspicious in any way? I'm not sure. All right, so lots of new evidence. Now let's see what our new trial card is. Maybe we want to sort this evidence, what we think is most important. All right, let's read our next card. In fact, let's not read our next card. Why don't we do what we sometimes do here? Take an early first break, because this is your little teaser. You've seen enough of it to know how this game works. If this seems like a game you might want to play, feel free to leave now. For the rest of you who are going to join me, I'll see you in 8 minutes. All right, we're back. We're playing Until Proven Guilty, Thirst for Justice, the second or maybe the third game in the series. I think the second one translated to English, at least. I have laid out our evidence cards, reorganized them a little bit. Up here I have the cards that are just like the people. That are like the lawyers. I don't think there's any evidence value in those. It's just a picture of us and our boss and everything. But these are the ones that are still seem like they could have information for us. All right, let's proceed with our case. I declare the hearing open. The defense may make opening statements. Your Honor, I need a moment to sort through some papers. If you would be so kind as to give me a few minutes. Gentlemen of the court, while the defense rearranges the papers and perhaps has a coffee, I'd like to remind you that Marcus Fenton is accused of stealing the night proceeds of the club in which he does the cleaning, the Krisha. When cleaning the office of Dmitry Stepanov, the owner, Fenton, took advantage of the situation. The money was in fact found in one of the garbage bags he was taking out of the premises. Therefore, the accused is certainly guilty of the theft. When cleaning the office of Dmitry Stepanov, the owner, should be maybe parenthetical, the owner, Fenton took advantage of the situation. So he stole the money, he brought it out in garbage bags, she claims. Prosecutor Maxwell. This is a very loosely run court. He's like, the defense will start, and he's like, I need a couple minutes. She's like, all right, I'm just going to start. I'll just go. Okay, then we say, I've had a little time to review the evidence, but I have to deny this reconstruction as soon as possible. All right, so we have to figure out which evidence best refutes her claim. This is the part of this game I like, because it's not there's certain things like when you play the mystery game that are clear, but then when you have to decide which best proves it, then you get into an interesting debate. Okay, so what will refute her claim while cleaning the office? So you could say perhaps the schedule that shows that he didn't clean the office on Sunday. That seems like a good one. That seems like our best bet. Let's see if this helps, though. They leave at 5:35. He tidies up. Mr. Stepanov passed by. He took the proceeds and went towards his office. That doesn't really refute her claim. Seems like this is our refutation, right? While cleaning the office, and we're going to say, aha, he did not clean his office on Sunday. All right, let's give it a try. I'm going to try it in landscape mode. Let's see if it's easier to read here. 25. Definitely not. All right. He says, right. Nice shot, counselor. Even if you appeared out of nowhere, I'm counting on you for absolution. That's our client says this. Flip one juror to the innocent side. So we got that one correct. And we've convinced another juror that our prosecutor does not know what she's talking about. So we are well on our way. All right. It doesn't want to let me click this. I mean, I guess we got to kind of solve this problem first, huh? How about this? Okay, let's go back. All right, so we still might need this schedule, so we'll leave it in our collection, but we will flip this card over now. Madam Prosecutor, I'm sorry to contradict you, but contrary to what you think, I have read the papers. In fact, I have Marcus Fenton's cleaning shifts right here. On Sunday, the day on which my client is supposed to have committed the theft, he did not have access to Stepanov's office and was limited to the restrooms and the private lounge. So it couldn't have been him who took the money. Counselor, you may need a new pair of sunglasses. The cleaning shifts you're showing are indeed true, but surely you are aware that on Saturday, Fenton had arrived late at the club, and so he did not have time to clean Stepanov's office, a service he made up for the following day. It happens when habits are the victim of an unexpected event, or when work is taken lightly, a bit like you do, counselor. All right, so we still got the right answer, but she's countering us and saying, what you don't realize is he didn't get around to it the previous day. Did we get evidence about that? I don't think so. Just something she knows that we don't know. So she thinks he probably did it the next day. Let's see how we reply. Well, in any case, there's no evidence that it was the defendant who put the money in the garbage. Fenton may have simply closed the garbage bag without realizing the contents. And who else could have hidden the money in the garbage? Based on the statements of all those present, we know that, starting from closing time, none of them left to enter Stepanov's office. Well, damn, I need another possible culprit. Perhaps at that moment there was someone other than the employees there, perhaps a late customer. There must be a way to find out. All right. So he's trying to make the case that there was someone else there other than the employee. Perhaps a late customer. She says, starting from closing time, none of them left to enter his office. So she says perhaps a customer. But I wonder if the way we refute that is we say, hey, Stepanov himself looked like he was headed towards his office. What about this guy? Let me just see. A few days ago. That's not our guy. And this, he loves to drink. He could die from this. It seems to me like this is our best bet, right? We're going to say there could have been someone else. She says everyone else, no one else went into his office. And we're going to say we have testimony that Stepanov himself went into his office. Sean agrees with me. Yeah, I don't know who else we have there. I mean, we could say that. We could say check the cameras. But there's a famous saying. My mother was a lawyer, and one of the very common saying is there's two common sayings. One is that the lawyer that represents himself has a fool for a client. But the one that's relevant here, which might be relevant, you might want to watch The Verdict, the famous Paul Newman movie. But there's a saying that a lawyer should never ask a question that he doesn't already know the answer to. So, like saying check the cameras seems like a bad thing since we don't know if the cameras will clear our client. So I think we're going to say this and try to say there was someone else. It was the boss himself. All right, so let's try telling it that we think card 9 best proves our case. Wrong. Counselor, thank you very much for supporting my thesis. In the testimony, it appears that all the clients in the main room were asked to leave at 5:15. If you think a mysterious person ignored this request, you better find a way to prove it. So we did bad. We did bad. So it wants us to flip one of these jurors to guilty. Are we going to have to say, check the video camera? That seems like a very bad lawyer in case there's no video camera. But all right, so when you get something wrong, then you need to try again. Let's look at our card again. I need another culprit. Maybe it sounds like they're not even considering that the guy stole from himself. So there was someone other than employees there, perhaps a late customer. So I think maybe we got to show this camera. Nothing told us to open another envelope of evidence, right? This is all we've got in front of us. This guy, can't prove that he's sticking around longer than he should have, can we? In the meantime, I tidied the area around the counter, had a chat with Marcus Fenton about an incident in the restroom, and at 5:35, we bartenders left. None of them left to enter his office. Perhaps there's someone other than employees. I think we're going to show them the video camera. Did I enter the wrong number? Did I? I don't think so. Let me try. I'll put this card again. Maybe I did. Well, no, it's card 9, the one that said I did 9, the one showing that he went towards his office. I'll put it in again just to make sure. It doesn't keep track of this, so it doesn't care. Okay. All right, I think we're going to have to do some bad lawyering here and tell them to check the CCTV. But boy, that would backfire on us terribly if it didn't show anyone. All right, so we're going to give it a try here. We're going to do something that the lawyer should never do, ask a question you don't know the answer to. Right. The surveillance camera, says Fenton. Of course. I must have seen it hundreds of times when entering the club, but without really paying attention. It can help us identify the real culprit. Flip one juror onto the innocent side. Flip the trial card. So this person that went against us, we now convinced them back to be for us, but we just treaded water here. All right. So I don't really love that as terms of teaching. Like when we play Medical Mysteries, I feel like that game could be used to teach medicine. This really is not teaching you to be a good lawyer. All right, let's flip this card. We don't need to make assumptions. There are cameras at the exit of the club. We can watch the recording. I would avoid wasting the jury's time, counselor. Luckily for us, I've already studied the recordings and noted down everything of importance. Indeed, I must admit that a prominent customer did leave the Krisha after closing time. Ha, there you go, prosecutor. We may have already found the real thief. As a veteran to a cadet, please take a little advice. Making baseless accusations could cost you dearly. Remember, I just told you that this is a very important customer. Thank you, but don't worry about me. I'm no longer the inexperienced lawyer I once was. This is already the second case I've followed. Really? The second case already? Despite all this experience, something doesn't add up in your reasoning. If a thief's goal is to get hold of the stolen goods, what did the evildoer's diabolical plan involve? All right. In other words, she's saying the thief was going to steal this money. How are they going to get it? So I think we noticed that, right? Like Fenton's cleaning up. He was about to throw this away. And this is the contents. So I think obviously what we're going to try to say is the thief had a plan. He couldn't be seen on camera carrying out the money. So instead, he just put it in the garbage bag and he knew that Fenton would throw it out and then he would go retrieve it from this alley. So I think we're going to show this and say that was the thief's plan. He's probably hiding in that alley. As soon as the garbage gets thrown away with the money in it, he gets the garbage. I think that's clearly it. No one from the chat is chiming in, but it's got to be it. So we're going to say, I guess this is the view to use here. Okay, we're going to say 23 shows what the thief planned. Right. Great insight, counselor. Now we know the real criminal's plan. You're better than you seem. Flip one juror to innocent. Okay, so far this case is a cakewalk, other than the bad lawyering. Okay, so let's read how that went. In order not to be discovered in case they were checked at the exit of the premises, the thief hid the money at the bottom of the garbage bag. Not suspecting anything, Fenton would have thrown it away in the dumpster outside the club, along with the rest. Immediately afterwards, the thief would recover the loot from the dumpster and walk away undisturbed. Your reconstruction is so ingenious and your experience so great that I suppose you'll have no difficulty in accounting to the court for a small and insignificant detail. Oh yeah, what's that? Well, we have testimony that in his absence, Stepanov always locked his office. How would the thief get in? On the other hand, as you should know, only Fenton, just that morning, was extraordinarily entrusted with a copy of the keys to clean the office. Prosecutor: Does it seem so strange to you that Stepanov could have forgotten to lock the office that day? You said yourself that habits are victims of the unexpected. Maybe we just need to find out what unexpected event it is. I understand you're still reluctant to let this important customer testify, but maybe if there is another person who could tell us what happened that evening. So he's saying that this guy forgot to lock his office because something unexpected happened. And he's saying maybe there's someone else who could tell us what unexpected event happened. So the theft was on the 22nd, and look, the arrest is on the 21st of this guy. He's alleged to have ties to the Russian mafia. He's accused of murders. So the day before, this guy's arrested. So I think what we're going to try to say is that Stepanov, there's the whiskey, is celebrating. On special occasions, whiskey. So I think what we're going to do is say this is the event. This is the... Maybe there's another person who could tell us what happened that evening. That's not right. I mean, this is not someone who's going to tell us what happened. Is it the bartender who will know what happened? What the special event is? Seems like if we're trying to answer, I think it's going to have to do with this Russian, but if there's a person who could tell us what happened, it should be the bartender. But shouldn't we just ask the guy himself? This is a weird question. We say he probably forgot to lock his office. Maybe we need to find out what event. You don't want to ask the special customer. It seems like we should be asking him. On the other hand, I tied up the area around the counter and had a chat with Marcus about a small incident that occurred in the restroom. So one of these two should know. One of these two seems like the answer to this question. There's another person who could tell us what happened that evening. This is a weird question. I mean, either of these two could have the answer. You think it's Felix, huh? He could die. He has serious strawberry. All the Krisha bartenders know about it. So he would have been celebrating with the whiskey, so the bartender would know. All right, let's ask the bartender. It seems like you should be able to ask this guy too, but maybe it's a special event. Well, All right, let's try the bartender. All right, accusation card 5. We are going to say the bartender will know. But now, hold on. Maybe there's another person. So it's actually this card that we want to answer. Not the testimony, but this person. Gotta be on your toes here. 35. God damn it. Counselor, you already have Felix Becker's testimony in your file, and in it, Mr. Becker claims to have left the Krisha just 20 minutes after Stepanov's arrival. If anything significant had happened in those minutes, Becker would certainly have, and then you can't read the text. Oh, would have told us. Okay, so the same juror is flip-flopping on us. All right, so instead, we're going to talk to Dmitry himself. Which the chat talked me out of. All right, let's try again. This time, we are going to talk to the man himself to tell us what special event he was celebrating. Or we could look at the CCTV. It seems like this is the guy. Maybe there's another person who could tell us what happened. Okay, I'm going to try him. Right. Stepanov? Do you want to ask Stepanov? Counselor, you're joking. Oh no, you're serious. Correct. Flip one juror to the innocent side. Okay, so why don't we flip a different juror, innocent this time? All right, so we're going to talk to Stepanov himself. To identify why Stepanov left his office without locking it, just call Stepanov himself as a witness. We don't need any more witnesses. What would he say? Has the perfection of my reasoning finally left you speechless? Counselor, really, I'm shocked. I'm afraid I'm sincerely shocked by your colossal lack of preparation. Stepanov died on the same day as the theft. Exactly. What? Now the plot thickens. Okay, evidence 23 and 24 is no longer needed. So we don't need the exterior and we don't need the CCTV. Those are out of the game. And now the plot thickens with evidence card. See, we need like some little music. All right. Let's see what the new evidence is going to tell us. We've got a document, complaints against Stepanov. Department of Justice, Dmitry Stepanov, dismissal of employees without just cause, which occurred on September 15th. Signatories, Carmela Hansen, Jeremy Bird, Ida Irby, Matthew Bruster, Mary Ferrand, and Francis Mulhern. Okay, so he fired a whole bunch of people on September 15th. What else? Maybe some of these people are in the courtroom. Next up, first intervention report. Deceased, Dmitry Stepanov, Stepanov's office. Date of discovery, September 22nd. So he's found dead September 22nd. And it was the janitor who called it in at 6:30 a.m. That would have been right after he cleaned the bathroom. Time of death between 5:15 and 5:30. That's interesting. Because our guy says that he was there between 5:15 and 5:35. He was cleaning up. So someone else killed him. All right, what else have we got? The employee register. Oh, I see something interesting. Okay, what do you see here? Look at this employee register. All right, so there's Marcus Fenton, our guy, date of birth, when he was hired, when he was fired, and then rehired. And here's Samson Roberts, a freelancer, hired and fired. So he's one of the people fired on September 15th. Yes, what do you notice here? Look, that's right. He's listed as Samson Roberts in the employee register, but look, this is our killer, Mitrofan Kotov, the Russian hitman. He was hired last month. We're currently in September 2024. He was hired 1 month ago and then terminated a few days before this all went wrong. He's using a fake name, Samson Roberts, but this is his real name. And then our Fenton guy was hired several years ago, terminated on January 14th, and then rehired. So everyone got fired on the 15th except Fenton got rehired. Weird. It's got spills on it. Okay, very interesting. The plot is definitely thickening here. All right, what's this? Our first report on Dmitry Stepanov. The state of the body indicates that the death occurred due to a heart attack. Employees and acquaintances confirmed the fact that Stepanov had a heart condition. Since the death appears natural, an autopsy is not considered necessary. This is L. Rodriguez, the MD. There is this thing about how if he has strawberry, he could die, and the bartenders know about it. We don't think there's strawberry juice here, do we? It's definitely juice, but I don't know if it's strawberry juice. All right. On his desk, we've got a clue. A closed notebook with no title, a bottle of vodka, and a half-full glass, and the minibar in his office is open. So vodka, looks like maybe someone was sitting next to him, sitting opposite him, and he's got a notebook with no title on it. I mean, that's not normal. You don't normally put titles on your notebooks. But the mini bar is open. Now there's a little wine in here. So something's wrong there, right? You don't leave your mini bar open. Assuming a cop didn't leave it open by mistake. Only one glass on the table. But then look, there's a glass thrown away in the garbage. That's fishy, isn't it? Like, why would you throw away a half-full bottle of whiskey and a glass? Very suspicious. Okay. Now here's a floor plan of the club. There's his office. There's the main room. There's a private lounge and 2 restrooms. So we're told that Stepanov headed towards his office, but we don't know if he actually made this turn or not. So, but someone could have snuck from the private lounge and killed him and then left. All right, well, looks like the Felix Becker has more to say. Marcus has problems with punctuality. He had arrived late on Saturday, and Stepanov made him catch up on his cleaning his office the next day. On Sunday, he was only 5 minutes late. One strange thing is that Stepanov never had respect for Marcus. Yet after the mass dismissal, he rehired him. That's weird. And here's a letter to Stepanov. September 15th. This is the date everyone was fired and the date that Fenton was rehired. Dmitri, my friend, careful, you're not at the top yet. You need an employee who's good with music. I know a DJ who wants a job, so I told him to meet up with you. I promise you, it's not just another dead end. It will raise your club to a new level. Stay healthy, old man. Well, we have a handwriting sample here. Dmitri, my friend, careful, you're not at the top yet. You need an employee who's good with music. I know a DJ. It doesn't seem like it's very useful to us. Okay, so he says, what? This guy's dead, and we just got all our new evidence, and now we get the new trial card. Dead? In what sense is he dead? How did Stepanov die? A tragic fatality. He was a heart patient and had a heart attack while enjoying a drink in his office. Not that it has anything to do with our case, but among your papers, there should be some information about it. In fact, it seems Stepanov died while drinking a drink of natural causes. So much so, not even an autopsy was performed. But I wonder if it's really all that simple. What could have caused Stepanov's death? Well, I guess we're meant to say that it was either that he doesn't drink Kapiroska because he has a serious strawberry allergy. Is this Kaprioska? There's some language translation issues with this case, so you might know if you're Greek or whatever this was written, if that is that. So here's how I see the answer to this. The question is either that we're going to say this because that could cause him to have an allergic reaction, or we say this because this is that drink, Kapiroska. What could have caused his death? I mean, this is a weird position we're in where this, in English, this looks like it just says juice. Is it like fruit juice? Is it general juice? Like, if we knew that this was a brand of juice that had strawberries, then we would answer her by saying, aha, strawberry juice in his office, that probably gave him the allergic reaction. But if we say this and she's like, what's wrong with you? That's orange juice. That has nothing to do with anything. Then that would be unfortunate. So what do you think? What could have caused it? So one answer is we should show this and say, hey, someone poisoned him with strawberry. We either show this and say, hey, someone could have poisoned him with strawberry, or we show this and say, strawberry. Sort of depends on whether you think this is sufficient proof of strawberry. It says juice, but I don't see any strawberry on it. It is kind of reddish, though. Okay, so now's when you have to use a little bit of intuition about this game and how it's behaved so far. It's surely one of these two. He seemed to die of natural causes. What could have caused it? We either show him this to show him that it could have been a strawberry allergy, or we show him this to show him that he drank strawberry juice. What is Caipiroska? Caipiroska. C-A-I Piroska. We're not supposed to need the internet for this. So let's just see here for a second. So Caipiroska is a cocktail similar to a caipirinha, prepared with vodka instead of cachaça. It's popular in Brazil, Paraguay, Uruguay, and Argentina. Fresh lime and sugar combined with vodka. No mention of strawberry. No mention of strawberry. That's odd. Why? But look at the statement. He doesn't like Caipiroska. He could die because he has a strawberry allergy. That feels like they picked the wrong drink and they meant to say a strawberry drink. I feel like we're finding some problems in this game. All right, I think 6 is going to be the right answer. I think this is going to suggest that he's allergic to all fruits or something, fruit juice. So I am going to say that the next answer to card number 6 is going to be this. If this is wrong, then we'll use this. But I hope it's not wrong. Wrong. Counselor, you're insisting on Stepanov's weakness, something that could have been exploited to kill him, yet you say nothing to identify this alleged weakness. How do you expect to be taken seriously? Okay, look at this. This game is a little bit broken. It's basically saying, yes, you've picked the right evidence that proves that he drank this, but you haven't first told us what does it. So it wants us to flip. I don't really feel like we deserve to have to flip a juror, but on the other hand, I feel like that's how it goes in court. Sometimes the jury is not rational. So now it wants us to first say this clearly, that he's allergic to strawberries or fruit. And then we're going to write a gossip magazine. What does this have to do with the case? Ah, you mean maybe. All right, so our juror is flipping back. I really think we should have an extra juror flipped, but let's not worry about that for now. So first we're saying we're proving that he could have died because he's allergic. Of course, a strange, strong allergic reaction could have affected the heart. Are you suggesting Stepanov had an episode of Kunis syndrome? Ah, of course, yes. The syndrome, that one. I certainly cannot deny the possibility reactions of this kind can occur within a few minutes of ingesting the allergen. However, it seems unrealistic to me to imagine that Stepanov made himself a drink to which he was mortally allergic. Or maybe he wasn't drinking alone. And if this esteemed customer you were telling me about paid a visit and added strawberry essence to Stepanov's drink? This is too much. I'm that customer, jumps up the guy in the courtroom. I And that customer, don't you dare accuse me of murder, especially in front of my sweet little princess. I'm sorry, Mr. Mounier. Apparently, Counselor Howard loves to make unsubstantiated accusations. If you wish, you can make a spontaneous statement. Of course. In fact, I was at Krisha that night, a guest in the private lounge. At about 5:15 a.m., I saw Stepanov pass by. Despite his bad reputation, maybe we could do some business. I stayed past closing time, and shortly after 5:30 a.m., I went to knock on the door of his office and went in. But no one was there. I waited for him for 10 minutes, then I left. Nothing compromising, Counselor Haggard. Who's Counselor Haggard? Is that us? We're Howard. My name is actually, well, it's okay. The important thing, Mounier, is to prove that you are lying. Okay, let's prove he's lying. He was a guest, and then at 5:15 he saw Stepanov pass by. Okay, where's our statement from our... Not this one. This testimony. 5:15 he starts to close up, and then shortly afterwards Stepanov passed by. This guy says at 15 I saw Stepanov pass by. That's consistent. I stayed past closing time. After 5:30 I went and knocked on the door. But this says he died before 5:30, and he says he went in and no one was there. I think that's the proof he's lying. That seems like the proof that he's lying, right? Because his body is in the office and had to die between 5:15 and 5:30, and this guy claims he went in his office and he wasn't there. I mean, someone could have moved the body, though. This isn't an ironclad proof. And I feel like it's the best we have. Don't you think? Yes, channel agrees. Okay, so the proof that this guy is lying is going to be card 10. Here's where we're going to get the jury back on our side. Correct. Counselor, have you even read the documents for this case? I'm beginning to regret having entrusted myself to you. I don't understand. Why is that his response? That seems like a bug. It says correct. Flip juror to the innocent side. Okay, so we've swayed one more. We're doing well. Okay, and now we flip this card. Mounier, you claim you entered the room shortly after 5:30, but by that time, Stepanov was already dead. If you're claiming you didn't see him, you're clearly lying. Counselor, your lack of attention to detail is becoming legendary. Maybe you should pay more attention to the picture and the reconstruction of the office. Stepanov slumped under his desk, so it was certainly possible to walk in and not see him. You say, just a moment, I'll take a look. So that was weird because it said we got it right, but then he acted like we got it wrong. And then she said, okay, well, this is a weird part about this game. You only flip this when you get the answer right. So we did answer it correctly. It's just the way the story goes, our argument was correct, and yet she's countering it. Okay, discard evidence 9, 14, and 25. Okay, so we no longer need 25. We no longer need the testimony of Felix, and we no longer need the spectators. And we're moving on to evidence envelope D. All right, let's see what we got. We still got quite a ways to go. Okay, so here's the office. Now we're taking a better look at. He is slumped behind his desk, so maybe that guy didn't see it. There's the open mini bar. This picture shows 2 chairs sitting in front of his desk. Okay. Here's this guy, the top client. Rich industrialist, famous playboy, son of billionaire Adam Munir. Okay, got his sunglasses, got his gold bling on. Oh, here's Sweet Little Princess. This is the other girl in the courtroom. Brad Munir presented her like this. Her real name is unknown. He presented her as my sweet little princess. Okay. And now he's making some testimony about how he met his princess. 3 weeks ago, I saw her working at Krisha, and it was love at first sight. We talked for a long time, and on the end of the evening, she took my phone, added her contact. Over the next few days, I returned to Krisha several times, never saw her again. After hearing about Stepanov's death, I hoped she would participate in the trial, and I was right. Love conquers all. I see. So he didn't plan to meet up with her beforehand. She just showed up at the trial. Here is the letter of dismissal. January 11th. So this is when he fired Fenton. Dismissal of Marcus Fenton for just cause. Following the poor punctuality of the last few weeks, the contract is hereby terminated. It remains active until the end of the current week, as agreed. Okay, and there's Dimitri's signature. So we were told that Fenton got fired on the 11th of January, got rehired the same day this guy, Stefan, fired everyone else. And here is the Russian hitman who went by the name of Samson Roberts when he was employed at the Krisha Club. Krisha's former employee hired during the summer together with 6 other people. Oh, all these people got hired at the same time? Is that right? Where was our list of the people who got fired? Six other people hired at the same time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Aha. Okay, so 6 people got hired the same day this guy got hired. And then they all got fired. Interesting. All right. Let's organize our stuff a little. Here's our new evidence. Some new characters. All right, next card. Prosecutor. It's true, I have to agree with you. The body could have been hidden by the desk, but I believe the witness didn't tell us everything. Munir, you confirmed you were in Stepanov's office. Didn't you notice anything strange in those 10 minutes of waiting? I would say no. I looked around. It seemed Stepanov had only gone away for a minute. The minibar was still open, and on his desk was a half-full glass next to a bottle. And then further away, on top of the register with all the employee information, there was a nice wad of cash. Small change for me, if you know what I mean. I can confirm I didn't touch anything. I have to find something that rejects his reconstruction. So this guy's lying, huh? Minibar is open. That checks out. On his desk, a half-full glass. Next to it, a bottle. There's the picture of his desk. That looks consistent. And here is the reconstruction. That all looks consistent. There's the lamp. Bottle, glass, notebook, mini bar open. Okay, but what does he say? We need to, he says, further away on top of the register with all the employee information, there was a nice wad of cash. On the register near the employee information, what is he talking about? I mean, I don't see how we can prove him a liar on that. Oh, I guess we're saying... So I was going to say, we can't prove he's lying. Maybe that was what was the situation, and then the killer came later. But if the theory is that our guy is dead here, then the thief has already come and gone and killed him and stolen stuff. So can we say that his reconstruction is wrong because... What? Because one of these proves there's no money? He says, further away on top of the register with all the employee information. Okay, so I guess this blue book is this blue book. So what are we going to say? Are we going to say he's lying, there's no money here? But that's not right. That's not right, because the whole prosecutor's case is that the janitor came in later and stole the money. So there could have been money when he saw it, and then our guy comes and steals it. So how do we prove that he's wrong? Are we supposed to say this isn't half full? I know. I know. I know the answer. I know the answer. I know the answer. This is where this game occasionally does something cute. Okay, now. How did we prove him wrong? How do we prove he's lying? I think this is pretty neat, actually. So let me propose that the answer is this. Now, why is the answer this? That's the question I have for you. Why is this the answer? So I think it helps to see this. So there's the blue book. This is clearly the blue book, the employee register. This is the first moment of this that's the true courtroom gotcha. So how are we going to gotcha? Different bottle? No. No. So here is the register with employee information. He says he walked in there, he saw the glass half full, the bottle, the employee register. On top of the employee register were stacks of money. He's claiming, I didn't touch anything. That small amount of money, not for me. And probably, he's saying, probably what happened is someone came in after and stole the money. Now, how do we know he's lying? How do we know he's lying? Okay. So Marco has typed something that's got a typo, so I don't really understand it. Kate is saying something that I don't really understand what she's saying. It's a binder, not a notebook. It's the same document. This is this. One book open with spills, the other book closed. No, this is just us looking through it. But here it is here. We've just opened it and looked through it. The key is on these cards. It's a little subtle thing. It's one of the things that this game is so far has been a bit disappointing, but it occasionally has these moments which are cool, and this is one of them. So assume that I'm correct, that this is this, and here's a picture of us leafing through it. The bottle of whiskey in the fridge? Nope. Okay, let me read this to you. I looked around. It seemed Stepanov had only gone away for a minute. The minibar was still open, and on the desk there was a half-full glass next to a bottle. Further away, on top of the register, which is this. Further away, on top of the register with all the employee information, there was a nice wad of cash. Small change for me, if you know what I mean. I confirm I didn't touch anything. There you go. There you go. Wilson got it. He says he walks in, he sees the employee register with all the employee information, and stacked on top of it is money. And he says, I looked in there, I didn't touch anything. But the point is that we know it's an employee register because we've opened it up. But from the desk, it's got no title, it's just a little notebook. And if he said it was packed with money on top of it and didn't touch anything, how would he know it's the employee register? And so we've caught him. We've caught him in a lie. I need to find something that rejects his reconstruction, and it's going to be this. A photo that shows there's no way you could have known what was in it. So 22, no doubt about it. I stake my reputation. Right. The employee register? Munir described it well, didn't he? Excuse me? The problem is he described it too well. I don't follow you anymore. All right, but I follow me. Okay, one more jury. This is the juror that, I guess that juror was easy to convince, but this one, that feels like two people should have been impressed by our deduction there, but all right. So we got that correct. We've almost got the whole jury on our side. Munir, you said on the desk there was the register with information about the employees, but I have only one question for you. How did you know what that book, closed and untitled, contained? Finally, an interesting observation, Counselor. As for you, Mr. Munir, I hope you have an equally convincing explanation. Oh, heavens. Now you're getting involved too. Prosecutor Haxbell? My love, light of my eyes, my little princess? It's not what it seems. Munir, given that the only possible explanation is you opened the register, can you tell us why you did it? Were you looking for something? Yeah, he's looking for this girl. He's looking for her phone number. Oh no, Counselor Millard, absolutely not. I wasn't looking for anything at all. I only did it to pass the time. Munir, you're not much of a liar. If you bothered to look through it, it's clear you were looking for something. I think you were looking for information about someone, a specific Stepanov employee. And now we just have to figure out who it is. Now look, if you met this girl at a bar and you were the billionaire, I mean, I can see how you'd want to get her name, but there are probably better ways to do it. But she's a looker. I can see how he would be interested in getting her name and number, if I'm being honest. So I think he wants this girl's name and number. The other alternative is he wants the Russian hitman, but probably not. He's after this girl, don't you think? He just doesn't want to admit it in front of her. But is this the car? Is this what we say is the answer, 13, or do we say something else? I mean, he does like this girl. This is surely who he was trying to find. The only other option is we could do this if she was one of these people. But there's multiple women here, so I think we're going to put 13. All right, everyone agrees. Everyone agrees that that's who he's trying to find. All right, so let's put that in as our answer, and let's hope that we haven't gotten lazy. Right. But if this girl had already given him her name and mobile number, what else was Munir looking for? Ah, I get it. Munir is terrible with names. So we overlooked the part where he got her name. She took my phone and added her contact. I never saw her again. So obviously he was having trouble finding her, but I guess we should have known that she added her contact. Maybe she added it in as Sweet Little Princess or something. He wanted her real name. Maybe he wants to do a background check on her. That sounds more like what a billionaire would do. All right, so we've now flipped our last unconvinced juror. We're ready to wrap this case up, but we have a lot more cards to go. Let's read this one, and then we will take a little break. So we say, I'm sure, Munir, you were looking for the name of your beloved. That's why you didn't introduce her to us and continue to call her by silly nicknames. Oh, come on, counselor. Haven't you ever forgotten someone's name just a few seconds after introducing yourself? My sweetie added herself to my phone contact list, but do you have any idea how many women I have registered by name in my phone? I wanted to meet her again, but I never saw her again at Krisha. That night I saw Stepanov pass by. I realized that he was my only hope of finding out who my beloved is, but with all those rumors about him, I didn't know how to approach him. Finally, I gathered courage and entered his office, and he wasn't there, so I peeked at the register. Understand me, I was desperate. Yeah, I get it. All right. Still, there have to be better ways. All right, we'll take a break. We'll be back in 8 minutes. All right, we're back. We had our little breakthrough in the case. We've got the entire jury on our side. Now let's just try not to F it up. We've caught him in a lie. We've caught Brad Mounier in a lie trying to get this girl's information. Now we have to get back to the real case, though, because he's not our killer. I'm sorry, Mounier, but I hope this experience has taught you that in love, as in court, great sincerity is necessary. Counselor, be kind. Spare us your questionable maxims on love and courts. Instead, think about your work, because this reconstruction certainly doesn't help your client. You demonstrated that Mr. Mounier was only interested in the register, so why would he hide the money in the garbage? Yes, why would he do that? It seems like a senseless move for him. Something must have happened. In fact, despite having opened the register, he did not manage to discover the name of his beloved. What distracted him? Huh, that's interesting. So, in other words, we know he's actually moved the money off it to look at the register. Okay, any theories about this? What distracted him? Let's zoom out a bit. What do you think? I think we can see the answer, can't we? I think we can see the answer. Anyone want to take a guess? Got a couple more evidence cards here too. All right, what do you see? So he was looking for our girl's name. He got access to the register. He moved the money off, and then something distracted him and he never finished what he was doing. Oh, do we have to flip another card? No, this is our new card. All right. So what is the answer? And the question, to remind you, you know what? I think we can, where's our, let me see something. Green overlay. Okay. So my question for you is, what's our answer to this question? Why would he do that? Seems like a senseless move for him. Something must have happened. In fact, despite having opened the register, he did not manage to discover the name of his beloved. What distracted him? He saw the dead body? No. Kate has figured it out. He's recognized the hitman. Yeah, that's what has happened here. He opened up the register looking for his girl's name, and look what he's noticed. He's discovered and done a spit take because he sees there's an employee, Samson Roberts, and he knows who he is. He's like, oh my God, I know who that is. That's a hitman. That is not this guy. And then he beelines out of there. So that's what's distracting him. He's opened up the register looking for his girl, but he stumbled on this face, which he clearly recognizes, and does a spit take. Maybe he spilled the whole drink. Okay, so I think it means that our answer to this question is the answer to card number 10 What distracted him is this. Or does it want us to say this? No. This is what who he realizes it is, but this is what must be distracting him. What distracted him? I think this is going to be the answer to that. 16. Wrong. Yes, I'm sure. Munir noticed something strange while reading the employee register, but on which page? Maybe right on the stained one. If so, something might have happened to worry him. Don't flip any juror. The jury does not change its opinion. He noticed something strange while reading the employee register. On what page? Maybe on the stained one. I think what it's saying is that if the answer is right, but it wants us to answer this, I think that must be what it wants. It must be that it wants us to pick this card. Surely. That's what it wants. Yes. Okay, so we got that right. It's just it wanted the other card. Great, counselor. You now understand what kind of person Brad Munir is. He's in your hands now. Get him indicted as soon as possible. Okay, so we're supposed to flip someone, but they're all already on our side. So I guess one of our alternates just flipped for us. And now our client is telling us to become a prosecutor on the spot. Munir, now you have to tell me the truth. When you opened the employee register, did you recognize this man's face? Oh yes, I recognized that face from the newspapers. First all those rumors about Stepanov, then I found out he had a hitman as an employee. And I had just infiltrated his office, rummaged through his documents. I had to create a red herring, something that wouldn't make people think I had been in there. Then I thought about the money. If I had made it disappear, Stepanov would think it was a simple theft, perhaps carried out by someone from the staff. So I hid it well at the bottom of a bag of garbage, and I was in the clear. And now that you know everything, my sweet marmot will certainly leave me in the lurch, disappointed because I forgot her name. What's happening here? I don't get it. Is he joking? I don't think he's joking. What are we meant to believe? That he's found out he's a hitman, he gets scared. So rather than just closing the book, he's saying he's gonna make people think that someone stole the money? I don't get it. Why would he do that? Why would he just not close it back up? Is he being sarcastic? Let me read the next card. Oh, I know I should, but I can't resist those Labrador eyes of yours looking for cuddles. My name is Mary Ferrand, dear. Now how about we stop with all those nicknames? If this is a dream, I never want to wake up again. I'm grateful to you, my sweet shrimp, Mary. I was afraid I wasn't worthy of you. So Mary Ferrand is on the list of people that got hired at the same time as the hitman. And they lived happily ever after. This is how love triumphs, however misplaced. Let it be clear, Mr. Munir, you have just pleaded guilty to simulation of a crime. Luckily for you, it's clear that you and your fiancée had no reason to harm Stepanov, so no further charges will be brought against her in this regard. Will it really end like this? Are we meant to give it an answer for this card? Like, look, you can see What card do we want to disprove number 11? So will it really end like this? The answer is no, but what does it want from us? Do we need to remind this woman that the guy's dead? Like, hello? The guy's still dead. The trial's not over. I mean, we still got something to solve. Do we show her this and say, someone still poisoned him? Don't forget. What is it? This is weird. So our guy said, what does it want from us? Will it really end like this? I mean, the answer is no, but I don't really understand what it wants from us. Look at what it's underlined. It's luckily for you, it's clear you and your fiance had no reason to harm him, so no further charges will be brought about her. I wonder if we actually, she's saying your fiance had no reason to harm him, but I think maybe we should say that actually she did have a reason to harm him because she's brought a complaint against him. I think this is the document. Like, she has said, oh, you're free to go because you had no reason to harm him. And we're going to say, aha, she did have a reason to harm him because she blamed him for an improper dismissal. All right, let's try that. Let's see if that's what it wants. Correct. Was Mary Ferrand fired along with everyone else? That's why I never saw her. Stepanov hired me back immediately after that wave of layoffs. Great, counselor, it all comes back. All right, flip one juror. We can't flip anymore. It feels like maybe we should make this a hard difficulty and put all these people down on this bottom row. All right, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to consider these last two we flipped. I think we only flipped two when they were all flipped. The game told us to start the case with half for us and half against us. I'm going to make it so that we're on hard difficulty, so they're all against us at the start. So we've just flipped two more. Just remember that these are supposed to be flipped over. All right, so we were right. She does have a motive. Munir, tell me, why didn't you find your Mary Ferrand at Grisha? Actually, I'll tell you. Because she was fired by Stepanov. In fact, her name's among the signatories of the lawsuit against Stepanov for unfair dismissal. Since there were only new bartenders at Grisha and the club manager was often busy elsewhere, you couldn't ask anyone for the name of the previous bartender. It definitely seems like a good reason to be mad at Stepanov, maybe even to assassinate him. Really? Counselor, you just made Mr. Munir admit to hiding the money. Don't you think the process is now over? I find your obstinacy in looking for a non-existent murderer a colossal waste of time and public money. It does seem a little odd that he's like, this would be the time he'd move for dismissal, a case would be dismissed, and he wouldn't care what really happened to this guy. Prosecutor, when I'm in court, my only goal is to get to the truth, whatever the cost. That is not how a real lawyer thinks. And I can feel it. Stepanov was murdered, and perhaps these strange terminations are the motive. Strange, counselor? Maybe, but I remind you that you are not here to solve side mysteries. This is a theft trial, and it must be closed. Now. Then you will be free to solve these non-existent mysteries in the privacy of your office. I mean, she's got a point. Prosecutor, follow me. Why all those terminations and on the same day? Despite Stepanov's well-known severity, this is an anomalous behavior. Why so much hurry? If only I understood what could have caused such an impulsive reaction. Now that is interesting. So, what caused him to fire these 5 people? That is an interesting question. So let's look at what we know, because he fired the people on September 15th. He fired all 5 people that we know were hired with the hitman. But the hitman didn't get exposed until the 21st. And he fired everyone on the 15th. Now, there is something that happened on the 15th, though, and it's this card. I think this has got a coded message in it. I think on the 15th, he's got a coded message. Dimitri, my friend, careful, you're not at the top yet. You need an employee who's good with music. I know a DJ wants a job, so I told him to meet up with you. I promise you it's not just another dead end. It will raise your club to a new level. As soon as he got this, he fired everyone. This has got to be a message in code. This has got to be a message in code. Stay healthy, old man. So look at how weird this message is. You're not at the top yet. You need an employee who's good with music. I know a DJ wants a job. I told him to meet up with you. I promise it's not just another dead end. It will raise your club to a new level. Stay healthy, old man. That sounds weird. It sounds like it's some sort of message. So what? This has got to be a secret message. Can we decode it? Maybe we don't need to decode it. We just need to choose it. It's interesting that it's interesting the references to you're not at the top, up, new level, raise your club to a new level. Am I barking up the wrong tree? You're not at the top yet. You need an employee who's good with music. Oh, you're right. That is the first word of every sentence. Very good catch. All right, so I was right that this is a coded message, and somehow I looked at the first letter of each of the first word, but I didn't just read the first word of each line. Dimitri, careful, employee wants you dead. Okay, so that's it, 100%. Intuitions were right. I was just blind to the actual message. Good catch. Okay, so he gets this message from someone, maybe a police officer who's got some contacts or whatever, and this message is, careful, one of your employees wants you dead. That day he gets this letter, he's like, you're all fired. Everyone who's current employee is fired. And then he rehires the guy who's late, but that who he trusts. Okay, makes complete sense. What could have caused such an impulsive reaction? Good work. All right, so the answer to us is 12. Sorry. Trial card 12, evidence card 30. Right. Counselor, let's close this trial. Why do we care to know about what happened to Stepanov? I'm the one accused here, and I'm innocent. Counselor, are you listening to me? Not really. We got a bigger fish to fry. I'm going to turn one of our high difficulty mode jurors again. All right, that was good work there. Look here, the hitman infiltrated Stepanov's staff, but someone knew him and warned Stepanov with this letter. See the message formed by joining the first word of each line? It's no coincidence that the layoffs came right afterwards. And Stepanov was right. As soon as they identified him, the hitman fled. Counselor, don't you realize this is neither the time nor the place to start talking about murderers and hitmen? Prosecutor, I don't understand. It almost seems like you're opposing the search for the truth. On the other hand, I understand you very well, Counselor. You don't have the faintest idea when it's time to stop. Let's try this. Take a look at this evidence. You probably forgot to read these too, says Maxwell. All right, she says, get rid of 2, 15, 21, and 27. 2, 15, 21, and 27. There's 21, so we don't need these anymore. 27 was the floor plan. All right, so we're done with these forever. We still have all these pieces of evidence that could be relevant to us. And open envelope E, which is our last envelope. So we are approaching the end chapter here. Let's see what we've got here. An in-depth scientific analysis. The glass on the desk contains vodka, no trace of strawberry. The fingerprints on the glass are those of the deceased. In his stomach there is ethyl alcohol compatible with the intake of a spirit. Cause of death, strong allergic reaction to strawberries and subsequent cardiac arrest. So no strawberry in the glass on the table. But that's how he died. And here's his diary. It's a Russian diary. I couldn't sit idle when I realized the extent to which corruption had reached the city. I started gathering compromising information on him, but it wasn't enough. I had to escape before it was too late for me. I don't want to let them win. I won't spend my life hiding. Now I'm in a safe place, but I don't think I have much time left, given my health issues. I want to live life to the fullest until the end. So it sounds like he's fled from Russia, and he was collecting information about some mobster boss in Russia, but then runs away, and they've sent a hitman for him. And here is notes from Prosecutor Maxwell on the Fenton case. Stepanov's death must be handled with extreme sensitivity given his status as a confidential informant and political refugee. To avoid a media firestorm, the Department of Justice is asking us not to go into details about Stepanov's death during the trial for the theft that occurred on the same day inside the club. All right, he's a confidential informant. Now, the Stepanov dossier. In early August, Stepanov beefed up Krish's security, an alarm system on his office door, a lock on his minibar, warning employees that they should no longer dust it, surveillance cameras in the storage room, etc. So he put a lock in his minibar so no one could put strawberry in his drink. Spontaneous deposition of Brad Munir. I looked around. It seemed that Stepanov had only gone away for a minute. The minibar was still open, and on the desk there was a half-full glass next to a bottle. It's just reminding us of what he said. Wow, okay. That's all of our new evidence. That's weird about the lock and stuff. I want to read this one again. The glass has vodka and no strawberry. The glass on the desk. But don't forget, there was this glass and the whiskey. That could have strawberry in it. All right, let's read our question. So Maxwell says, from these further results I have given you, it should now be clear to you no one could have killed Stepanov. Since we're all in agreement now, I renew my request to the court to close this trial. I swear by the immense love I feel for my Maria, or whatever her name is, when I entered the office, Stepanov was already dead. I couldn't have added the strawberry you're talking about to his whiskey. Maybe you're right. Wait, Munir, isn't there something strange about what you just said? Oh, yes, there is. There is something strange about what he just said. All right, chat. What do you notice? What is strange about what he just said? We've got another gotcha moment here. The bottle is vodka. Well, There is a bottle of whiskey. Yes, the bottle on the desk is vodka. The bottle in the garbage is whiskey. So I guess everyone is saying the right thing, but though I guess I sort of interpreted it differently in terms of the gotcha. But yes, you're picking up the right thing. He's mentioning the whiskey, but the bottle on the desk is vodka. But I guess the way I would say it is not that, hey, we caught him because the bottle is vodka. That's the wrong accusation, right? Yeah. So in other words, I think the important thing is this here. Because imagine you didn't know about this, and he says, I couldn't have put the poison in his whiskey, and you said, aha, you said whiskey, but the bottle was vodka. And then he says, oh, okay, I misremembered it. But so really the significant thing is that there was whiskey, but he should not know that. There's no way he should know about the whiskey. On the other hand, he did say he put the money in the garbage, so maybe he saw the whiskey here. But yes, that's clearly we've caught him in a lie. Isn't there something strange about what you just said? Okay, so now the question I have for you now is what card do we use to point out what's weird about what he said? Do we use this card to show that there was vodka on the table? Or do we use this card that says that the glass had vodka? Or do we use this card to say there was whiskey in the trash? We want to accuse him of mentioning whiskey when the bottle on the table is vodka and the whiskey's in the garbage. Which of these pieces of evidence do we use to catch him in a lie? I guess it would be this one, yeah? We should be saying, like, look at this photo. The bottle on his desk was vodka. Why did you say whiskey? It seems like this would be the card we would confront him with. All right, let's try it. If we're wrong, we know where to go next. Whoops. Okay, so for 13, we're going to say it's 22 to show that there's a clear bottle of vodka on his desk. Right. Counselor, why do we care if the bottle was whiskey? Do you remember that you are supposed to defend me? Why do you keep talking randomly? Oh, damn. When it's all over, Moustakas will hear from me. Oh, he will hear from me. This is our guy. In the first case, there was a lot of attempted humor, and here we are here. Our client is like, what are you doing? Please focus on me. And we're just worried about this. Okay, so another of our hard mode jurors is flipping to innocent. And we answered correctly. Munir, so far you didn't say anything about the type of alcohol Stepanov was drinking. Well, it was whiskey anyway. When I recognized the hitman, I gasped and hit the glass with my hand, which still contained a little whiskey. Luckily, I only filled a few drops. So you touched the glass, but forensics found no fingerprints or traces of DNA in addition to those of Stepanov. That means someone altered the crime scene to make us believe Stepanov was drinking vodka. So he's claiming that actually when he was there, it was whiskey. He spilled a little bit and someone else made it look like it was the vodka. The puzzle begins to come together, but the image that seems to emerge, what can I do now? Counselor, are you speechless? How come you lost all your boldness? I believe we are one step away from the truth. If someone altered the crime scene, there is no reason to believe it was not the murderer himself. If I piece together what happened, I will find the culprit. Justice demands that I say his name. All right, so we've got a little interesting moment here where we're meant now to name the killer. And I'm not sure what the answer is. So someone came into that room, took the whiskey, put it in the garbage along with the juice, put the vodka on the table to hide the fact that that's how he died. So we've got like a little bit of a coincidence going on here. This guy goes in, he sees the money, he sees the register, he finds his girl's name, and he wants to make it look like there's a theft for some reason we don't understand. But the guy's already dead by that point. He comes in. On the table is whiskey. We believe him. And our guy's already dead. So is it Felix Becker is a new employee. But he's the manager since its opening. So actually, he knew very well not to serve him that. What's his motive? Is Marcus Fenton actually guilty? But who would have poisoned him with strawberry and why? Now I am at a bit of a loss. What he said makes me think we trust him. You didn't say anything about the type. And he says, well, I'm telling you, it was whiskey. I recognized the hitman in the book. I gasped. I hit the glass with my hand, which still contained a little whiskey. Luckily, I only spilled a few drops. So our guy says, so your fingerprints would be all over this, but they weren't. So someone else came in and cleaned up and tried to make us believe he wasn't poisoned. So someone poisoned him. What is our theory of this case? You think the hitman came back and did it, huh? But what evidence do we have for that? We have our... So hold on. In the newspaper, all the bartenders know about it. Nothing for us to read here, right? So let's say the hitman came back. How are we supposed to know? This is the good motive to kill him. He's... He says, I gathered information on him. Wasn't enough. I had to escape. I don't want to let them win. I won't spend my life hiding. Now I'm in a safe place. But I don't think I have much time left, given my health issues. I want to live life to the fullest until the end. This sounds like a suicide note. September 21st, he's been captured. So it can't be him, right? Because our death happens on the 22nd. Right? Hmm. Hmm. He's put a lock on his minibar. Has he committed suicide? Surely he hasn't committed suicide. I mean, why would he be firing people? And then who's doing the cover up? Someone has covered it up. What is the... I mean, who else could have gotten in here? I mean, does it have to be our guy? Because this guy leaves. He claims the whiskey bottle's on the table. This guy goes in to clean up, discovers the body, stages it to look like it was vodka he was drinking, and then he throws out the whiskey and the glass. Why? What's his motive? Wow, that's weird. Hmm. What are we missing? We're one step away. Someone altered the crime scene. There is no reason to believe it was not the murderer himself. Okay, that's suggesting it's not a suicide. We believe this guy spilled a few drops. I hit the glass with my hand. I spilled a few drops. It still contained a little whiskey. Someone altered the crime scene to make us believe that he was drinking vodka. So he drinks vodka. He's got a lock on the minibar. He drinks his whiskey. It's whiskey on the table, and someone has come in to cover it up. Make it look like he was drinking vodka and died of natural causes. And that's the murderer. I mean, it seems like he would be the number one suspect. I suppose it could be this guy too. Stepanov never had respect for Marcus, yet after the mass dismissal, he rehired him. How does this work, though? This guy comes in at 5:30. He doesn't have time to poison him. Is this our killer? Is this our killer? Can't be this guy, can it? Bartender worked from them since day one. He's the club manager since its opening. So does he come in and have a drink with our guy? No, his body we think is already dead. I'm a little confused here. Hmm. I am at a bit of a loss here. No dusting the lock may have given away the code. Garbage bag was in the office. He must have been there. He had to do the office first because he came too late the night before. I think Fenton, while in the office opened the fridge, he knows the code and poisoned the whiskey, but the motive is not clear. No, the motive sure isn't clear. If we believe Brad Munir, then the person who cleaned up the scene probably killed him. I guess that's our guy then. But Kay says it has to be the bartender. So does Nelson. I think bartender, he knows about the allergy, comes in after, alters the crime scene, putting the drinks in the garbage where the money is already. Fenton just takes out the garbage. I guess it must be the bartender. He's there all night, poisons the whiskey, sends Fenton to the restrooms as soon as he gets in so he can swap out bottles, but I don't know what his motive is. Yeah, I mean, what's his motive? Is he connected to the... He's been working there since the day. No, the autopsy said he did die of strawberry essence. But there's no strawberry in the jar on the desk. So they didn't test the jars in the garbage. They just determined he did have an allergic reaction to strawberry. Hmm. Well, why don't we take our last break? We'll come back, give some thought to who you want to accuse. I'll see you in 8 minutes. All right, we're back, and I'm a little stuck here. Let me check in with the chat. I think it has to be the bartender. Whiskey was served before you arrived. Bartenders knew about the allergy. Not dusting the lock may give away the code because he was given maybe Fenton would. His garbage bag was in the office, so he must have been there too. He had to do the office first because he came in too late the night before. I think Fenton, while the office opened the fridge, he knows the code by the dirt on the numbers, poisoned the whiskey, motive's not clear. Nelson says, I think the bartender, he knows about the allergy, comes in after and alters the crime scene, putting the drinks in the garbage where the money is already. Kate says, I guess it must be the bartender. He's there all night, poisons the whiskey, sends Fenton to the restroom as soon as he gets in so he can swap out the bottles, but I don't know what his motive is. Nelson says the motive is he's working with the hitman or was hired by him. Actually, everyone knows about the allergy because it was in the gossip paper. Mel Wilson says, I still wonder why Fenton was rehired. Marco says maybe Nelson is right. Fenton was fired when the killer worked there, so they did not interact. The bartender did work with the killer, could have been hired by him. Still, the motive is lacking. Doesn't the bartender say Fenton arrived late? I mean, after the time of death, he would not have been able to poison and serve the whiskey until he had done it the day before. Nelson says he was rehired because everyone else was fired. Now, Wilson says, yep, that makes so much sense. I'm not sure what you're talking about there. So, okay, I have a bit of a crazy idea and then a couple observations. First, a small observation. I do find it very curious, like a clue that we haven't explained, that the mini bar is open. That seems odd to me. That seems like a clue. It's mentioned twice. I don't understand what it means. I don't understand what the implications of it are, but it seems odd. Now, let me answer a couple questions here before we go on. We are told that the Felix Becker, the last person in there, is the club manager since its opening. In other words, this guy has worked there for many, many, many years. There's no reason to believe that he's involved in any assassination plot. Marcus Fenton, the janitor, we can see from his record here that he worked from 2022 to 2024. So he worked there for years. And he's just a guy who's late occasionally. So that's not a killer. And he's rehired because all the new people get fired on September 15th, having worked for only a month. So they work for a month, 5 people. Then our guy, Stefanov, gets a note saying you're in danger. Who's writing that note? That's a good question. That's a very suspicious question, like, stay healthy, old man. So someone who knows he's a confidential informant, police officer, has written in this. So I had one observation also that I thought was significant. I don't think, remember, he only has whiskey on special occasions, so I think it's quite possible that during the month that the hitman worked there, that the hitman could have poisoned the whiskey well ahead of time and known that eventually our guy was going to drink it. So it feels to me like that is a reasonable way to kill someone. You get hired, you've got a month. Before the guy gets serious about his security, you're hired, you put strawberry in the whiskey. Anyone could drink the whiskey, they'll be safe, except our guy. So what if our hitman is hired? He poisons the whiskey. And then he just waits and he doesn't care if he's fired. The only problem with that theory is that our guy stands there and he says, if someone altered the crime scene, there's no reason to believe it was not the murderer himself. So this seems to suggest that the murderer is the same person who altered the crime scene after death. So that means it's not the hitman. What about this guy? We've caught him lying. He's pretending it was to get this girl's name. We've sort of cleared him, but he is for sure the guy who's most suspicious. It seems Stepanov had only gone away for a minute. The minibar was still open. The minibar is still open. Why is that so important? I mean, he says that there was a glass of whiskey on the desk. Hmm. Why is it so significant that the minibar is open? I don't understand that. Confidential informant, political refugee. All right, let's see. Hmm. I really don't know. I mean, the most obvious suspect. Yeah, I don't get it. I don't get what we're missing. I don't get it. Is he committing suicide? Gathered compromising information. I had to escape. I don't want to let them win. I don't want to spend my life hiding. Now I'm in a safe place. I don't think I have much time left given my health issues. I want to live life to the fullest until the end. If they commit suicide, though, why would you try to hide it? What possible reason could you have for hiding the whiskey and the strawberry? What possible reason could you have for hiding the whiskey and swapping out? Also, that doesn't work. It doesn't work. Because Munir, who goes in there when he's already dead, sees the whiskey. So you'd have to say that he killed himself with whiskey and someone else covered it up. Does that make sense that he committed suicide with a glass of whiskey and strawberry, and then one of his faithful employees covered it up? Why? Why would they cover it up? What possible reason? That also, I mean, could the police have covered it up? The other thing is that sort of goes against the hint here about if someone altered the crime scene, there's no reason to believe that it was not the murderer himself. That seems to be suggesting that the murderer covered the crime scene, which goes against the suicide. Well, I do not understand how to answer this. What? We're missing something. It's just going to be a matter of whether we're disappointed in ourselves at the end that we missed something or disappointed in the game. Um, compromising impression on him. Who is him? I guess we're meant to think that there's some Russian mobster that he left and was a refugee from Russia about. Okay, I don't know what to say here. I guess we all have to get on the record. The most straightforward thing, though, has to be I really don't understand. I mean, how can it be Munir? Why would he admit about the whiskey? So it can't be him. I don't understand this. It's a little frustrating. I don't see. Don't. All right. No one else has anything to say here. No one else wants to get on the record. I'm going to accuse our own client, Marcus. And I'm going to say that he poisoned the whiskey a long time ago and then is cleaning up to hide it. Boy, am I going to get in trouble with I'm going to get disbarred for accusing my client. And, but my claim is that he has been just recently rehired. And maybe they got to him before he got rehired with some leverage on him, and that he cleaned up afterwards. He's the only one I can think of that could have cleaned up afterwards. Why is the juice in the trash if the poison is old? I don't know how to explain that. I don't even know that we know what the juice is about. All right, well, suicide seems like a very reasonable thing, but then the question is about the cleanup doesn't make sense unless someone else tried to clean up to make it to hide the whiskey part, but that doesn't make sense to me. So, all right, well, here we go. I'm hoping that there's more, that this game is going to give us a little bit of help when we get this wrong. If I piece together what happened, I will find the culprit. Justice demands that I say his name. Okay, here we go. I'm going to say our own client's name. This is going to go very badly for us. The killer is my client, Marcus Fenton. Really? No, surely it's not. Really? We have to do this again? What if we say resume game? Okay, resume game. All right, accusation card 14. Score. What does even score mean? We don't know. Okay, here we go. I'm accusing... Dorp says, this is based on Phoenix Wright. The client is always innocent. Well, okay, before I accuse a client, the other natural person to accuse is this guy. The only reason not to accuse him, I mean, he did have the opportunity to clean up. And he could have come up and told this guy he was investing in him, but we don't know a motive. And he could have done it. Yeah, we don't really know a motive. And more importantly, but he has lied a bunch of times. But more importantly, why would he say it was whiskey? The minibar was still open. There was a half full glass. Says, when I recognize the hitman, I gasp. Hold on, why does he know? Oh, because he saw the hitman in the newspaper. I gasped and hit the glass with my hand, which still contained a little whiskey. Luckily, I only spilled a few drops. I mean, that doesn't really make that much sense, does it? I'm gonna say this guy then. What he's saying doesn't really make sense to me, although I don't understand this. I feel like I'm a little bit on tilt here. So I'm going to accuse this guy. I don't really get what's going on here, but I'm on tilt. I've discussed it to the extent. I'm wrong. It is true Mr. Munir was not very sincere. Let's limit ourselves to the facts. You said the murderer is the same person who altered the crime scene, yet it was Munir himself who helped us discover the alteration. Even assuming he worked together with Mary Ferrand after her dismissal, she never returned to Krisha, so neither of them could have added the strawberry to Stepanov's bottle. Okay, flip 2 jurors and try again. All right, so there's our jurors. Remember that these were all supposed to be green, but I guess we would now flip these 2. All right, Well, okay, we know forensics found no DNA on that last card. No DNA on the glass on the table. All right, well, let's try accusing the bartender. I don't know. The chat is not really... No one is being of much help here. All right, 35. Let's accuse this guy. Wrong. His club manager, why would he hate Stepanov enough to kill him? There's no evidence to support this claim. Please limit your extraordinary imagination to mere facts and circumstances. Okay. It's all going wrong now for us. The entire trial is coming apart. We're just accusing people left and right. Okay, I guess now I'm going to accuse my client. Okay. Here we are accusing our client. Correct. You guys talked me out of accusing him. What? Lawyer, have you gone mad? Correct. We're correct. It was our client. That was my initial accusation, and you guys talked me out of it. All right, well, let's see how this goes. I'm still not happy about this no matter what. Damn, if I'm right, my career as a lawyer ends here. But how can I stop now, one step away from the truth? I can't. There's only one person who would have had the opportunity to alter the crime scene after Munir left Stepanov's office. They disposed of both the glass from which Stepanov was drinking and the whiskey bottle containing the strawberry by throwing them in the trash. This person can only be Marcus Fenton. Counselor, are you really accusing your client? Do you realize you're throwing away your short career? It's not over yet. Or maybe too many coffees have gone to your head and you don't realize the gravity of your words. I realize this more than you might think, but I have no other choice. Luckily for you, this hypothesis remains to be proven at the moment. I myself gave you important evidence showing that Stepanov kept a close watch on his own bar. When would anyone have added the allergen to the bottle? I'm thinking about it right now. There must have been a suitable moment. When did he add the whiskey to the bottle? I mean... Oh, I wonder. Okay. Okay, I think I get it now. I think I get it now. I'm thinking he poisoned the bottle before he got fired. Between being fired and let go. On the 11th, he's fired, but he can keep working for 3 more days. So I'm thinking he poisons the bottle on the 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th, gets fired, keeps waiting, checking the news. When is this guy going to drink his thing and get poisoned and killed for firing me? And as luck happens, he gets rehired. And then when this guy drinks that whiskey and dies, he has to cover it up so he doesn't get blamed. So the evidence to show that he is our killer, the answer to the question of when did he poison it, this is the clue. So 17. Right. Fenton, no, don't do it. Counselor, please, prosecutor, do something. Flip one juror to innocent. Okay. Yeah, we understand now what's happened. To recap, Stepanov knew he was in danger. He knew he had a hitman on his trail, starting in the summer, precisely to protect himself from possible poisoning. Stepanov had increased the security measures in his office, but all this attention couldn't have protected him if someone had added the strawberry to the bottle of whiskey before the security crackdown. And that someone was Fenton the day after his dismissal to get revenge on his boss. Counselor, even if your work is valuable for the prosecution, I must point out that you have not brought any evidence to support your reconstruction. Everything is based on Mr. Munir's statement, which no one here would characterize as reliable, and on the possibility that Fenton could have put the strawberry in the whiskey. The only certainty is that Stepanov ingested it, but not that it was in the whiskey. Even if the bottle of whiskey he was drinking was the one found in the garbage, we wouldn't be able to rule out contamination from fluids from all the other bottles. Damn. There are many clues that tell me that Fenton is the culprit, but no hard evidence. If only there was a trace of what Stepanov was drinking. I guess... Okay, I know the answer to this one. What's the answer to this one? What is the answer to this one? Yes, that's exactly right. So the first thing I thought was this, but no, what they're saying is this will prove what was in the whiskey on the table. This is what she's saying. She's saying it's all contaminated, cross-contaminated. But this is proof of that the whiskey was tainted while it was on his desk. That's a cute little thing, because your gut goes, your intuition goes right for this that we've been waiting to use, but that's not right. It's really this one. Right. Oh, no, not again. That damn register again. Flip one juror. Okay, we won back most of our jurors. Of course, I gasped and hit the glass with my hand, which still contained a little whiskey. Luckily, I only spilled a few drops. The drops are the ones on the register, right, Munir? Analysis of the stains will confirm that the strawberry was added to the whiskey and that Fenton removed the bottle and glass for this reason. I'm sure that this is the only sensible reconstruction. No, I didn't want to. I didn't want to kill him. I just wanted to make him suffer for how he treated me. It's true. I put some strawberry in the whiskey, but I didn't want him to die. Silence. Silence in the court. Guards, place Mr. Fenton in custody. The court is in recess. We will resume this hearing in 15 minutes. Mr. Moustakas, you were right. How could I have been so naive? I thought that as a lawyer I would have always defended innocence. Unfortunately, reality is more complex than that. You finally understand, Peter. I followed the whole process, and I have to admit you were very good. Unfortunately for you, I'm a man who always keeps his word. Since your own accusations will result in Fenton being found guilty of murder, I'm afraid your career's over. I'm sorry, really. I don't want to give up. I have to find a way to save myself. How are we going to save ourselves? What what evidence do we use to save ourselves? Do we show him this that will tell the government to cover up this whole thing? He told us that, what did he tell us? I guess we're allowed to look at these other old things. He says, if you don't get the defendant acquitted, you'll be fired. So we need to get him acquitted. So I think this is the best shot at it. What do you think about that? Susanna says he was innocent of theft, but what would we show him to... Here's the deal. Get Marcus Fenton acquitted of the charges against him. So maybe we just have to remind him that we did get him acquitted of the charges against him. So it's one of these two. What do you think? I have to find a way to save myself. I think maybe we remind him as Susanna was saying, that maybe we need to remind him that the deal wasn't that we get him off, just that we get him off of the charges. Did Munir confess he set up the theft? I guess that was that would be another way we could try to prove it, but I'm not sure we have a card for that. I think we have to explain to him that he made a deal. I like this one. I think this is the way to go. The chat is amusingly point out that this whole case has been about saving our career, not about our client. All right, here we go. This is what's going to decide whether we win this case, if reminding him about the details of the deal is going to get us off. You're right. Our deal? I remember it. I remember it well, Peter. How are you going to play it? I don't know what that means. How are you going to play it? All right, but there's our last juror, even though we're completely out of the jury, out of the courtroom and making deals with this guy. Somehow the jurors are watching all this transpire and deciding whether they like us or not. All right, so we found a way to save ourselves by reminding about the deal. Truth be told, Mr. Moustakis, our bet was clear. I had to defend Fenton from the accusation that had been made against him, namely that of theft, and so I did. As I've shown, Marcus committed murder, but he did not steal the money. As a result, I won our bet. Ha ha ha, you got out of it this time too, Peter. This quality of never giving up is essential for a good lawyer. You see, I believe that justice is not a natural attribute of this world. Justice, the real one, can only be achieved with everyone's continuous commitment, an endless and merciless struggle. And you were born for this struggle, my boy. Well done, Counselor Peter Howard. Read the next card. It's amazing. I did it. I'm finally a real defense lawyer, and I'll be able to take on my own cases. Oh, there. The firm's calling me. Ring, ring. Oh, yes, thanks for the call. I'm happy you appreciate it. What? What do you mean my behavior was unacceptable? You want to fire me? But how? Congratulations. You have shed light on the case and successfully defended, well, we'll leave out this detail. It's time to see how you did. On the next card, you will find a table. Read the result based on the number of jurors in your favor. All right, so let me show you that we have a perfect jury result. The last juror watching us make a deal was so impressed by our cleverness that they flipped. Okay, your result. 11 to 12 jurors, you impressed both Moustakas and Prosecutor Maxwell. Fenton broke into tears after being exposed by your impeccable reasoning. Very peculiar, Counselor, this Peter Howard. I still can't believe he went so far as to accuse his own client. In fact, it was inevitable that he would be fired, although in a way it's a real shame. Not only is he very good, he's also terribly stubborn. Almost at your level, Maxwell. You'll see he will find a way to get back up, I'm sure of it. Peter Howard never gives up. Moustakas was right. This is not the end for attorney Peter Howard. What he couldn't picture was what his next case would be. There you have it, a perfect score. Not exactly a perfect performance. Okay, so here's what we'll do. We're going to take a 5-minute break. When we come back, we're going to talk about the case. I am very curious to hear what you think of the totality of the experience. If you've played the first case, how you think it compares. We've been playing for 4 hours, 5 more minutes. I hope you'll stick around. We will talk about what we thought. Okay, time for our final thoughts of Until Proven Guilty, Thirst for Justice, which we've just finished. I'm going to give you some very quick spoiler-free thoughts, and then we'll go to the chat and discuss the case with spoilers. So, I think the bottom line for me is I love this system. It's a very sort of light-hearted, unique take on a mystery game. It fills a very special niche in terms of being a sort of a legal case. It's got a cute little gimmick of the jurors. Most importantly, this mechanic that it makes use of the game being basically a series of questions where your job is to pick the evidence card that best answers whatever question has been posed on the current card. And it's a very nice mixture of story and question and answer. It flows very enjoyably. It's a scene with some dialogue, almost all dialogue, and then you're trying to refute something claimed by the opposing attorney or make your case, and you're always looking for which card proves the case, proves the point, or makes the point you're trying to make. So as mechanically, I love it. I do think that this case in particular worked less well than the first case, the Starry Sky Necklace. I felt the leaps of logic here were a little less pleasing, felt a little more game, like we had to anticipate what the game would want rather than what really the evidence showed. And there were some weird elements here. Felt like the language translation was not quite as good as in the first case. This whole case has a very tongue-in-cheek, it's a sense of humor that's a little bit, it's like a pervasive satirical little cartoon story here with the humor constant, which is fine, but the language is a little weird and odd and occasionally misfires. Now, we did end up with the highest score, and there were a couple of very cool aha moments where we had to make a leap and realize some clue showed something. I do feel like the Starry Sky Necklace maybe did that a little bit better than this one. This one had a couple of those, but a lot of more mediocre ones. And I do think that the end experience of accusing the final person for it sort of the end story, when it made sense, was satisfying. But I do feel like the leap to get the correct answer is not going to be based on a clicking aha moment. I think that's the real flaw, the real miss at the end of this game. It wasn't generally quite an enjoyable experience, but I think the real miss here is what you would want to get to the end, struggle with who to accuse, and then notice something that's like, that's the key. Now we see why that's the person. Whereas that's not really what happened here. What happened here at the end was like, well, maybe it's this person, and then the game is like, no, it couldn't have been that person for whatever reason that's sort of implied. And then eventually we get to the one person who it could be. And then the follow-up after that was actually done pretty well. But that one critical moment of answering that one critical question, I don't feel like that was well set up. And I think that was the real disappointment here. But having said that, still a very enjoyable game. All right, let's turn to the chat and listen to any spoiler comments. Anna has jumped in at the very end when we're done. All right, so these might be some spoiler comments here. Overall, that was great fun, but much of that had to do with you guys. Nelson says light and fun. Marco says, in the end, I enjoyed this one too, but the first one was better. Like the first one, some of the answers are very easy, and then you come across some that are more challenging. I prefer when the whole level is a bit more difficult, but I realize it's aimed more at families. It still left me wanting to play more. I think that's right. They're definitely, it feels like with both cases, though, it's like 90% of the questions are super easy, and then 10% are hard. The real flaw with this case is, I think maybe in the first set, the 10% that were hard were still sort of deducible. And this one, I felt like sometimes they were, and then sometimes you could have written the story in multiple ways. And I just wanted a little more proof of one of those hard questions, really just one of them. I feel like there were also a couple parts where we knew the answer, but it seemed like there were really two potential cards that could convey what answer we properly guessed. And occasionally it was like, no, not that card, it's this card, even though really they're both saying the same thing. So a little bit of a miss there too. But I do love this system. I love this mechanical idea of saying what card proves what the point I'm trying to make. And I like the little humorous epilogue questions. And I like how much they managed to get done on these little cards. I love this dual card system. Like one is telling story that you're flipping through, and one is what you use to answer questions, and they get unlocked over time. I like that system. I like how when you're wrong, it just gives you another chance to answer it. So it's a really good system. Might be nice to just beef up a little bit the evidence and the conclusions and the logical connectivity between these clues and the points you're trying to make. Anything else before we wrap up? A reminder that tomorrow afternoon I'll be playing Unboxed, and then on Sunday afternoon we will be reading the next letter in Letters from a Ghost Hunter. All right, well, if that's it, if there's nothing more, we'll sign off. I hope you have a wonderful weekend, and I'll see some of you tomorrow.